Welcome to Sleep Stories in Rain, where the thin blue line meets the unknown in truly terrifying police and sheriff tales. Tonight, we slip into the shadows that law enforcement officers walk: empty highways, abandoned buildings, chilling calls in the dead of night. Support our channel by liking and subscribing, and join a community that confronts the darkness head on. Share your own eerie encounters, mysterious suspects, calls that defy explanation, or nights when fear crept into the patrol car. Your chilling stories inspire us. If you crave suspense, real accounts, and psychological horror from those sworn to protect us, you're in the right place. Let's begin our first story.
I remember the moment I first saw Rachel Bennett's photo on the missing persons report, her shy smile haunting me like a ghost I couldn't save. It was a smile full of hope, the kind that believed in second chances and fairy tale endings, and it was snuffed out somewhere in the digital abyss of a dating app called HeartSync. As a detective in the cybercrime unit, I'd seen plenty of scams and creeps online. But this case felt different, like a predator was lurking just beyond the screen, waiting to strike again. Rachel had been missing for 3 weeks when her sister came to us, desperate and clutching a stack of printed chat logs. Rachel had met someone named Jake on HeartSync, a charming guy who seemed to know exactly what to say to make her feel special. They'd planned to meet at a quiet diner on the edge of town, but she never came home. Her phone was off, her apartment untouched, her life paused like a frozen video frame. I knew then that Jake wasn't real, that Rachel had been catfished, lured into something far darker than a bad date. The deeper I dug into HeartSync, the more I found. 2 other disappearances in the past 6 months, both women in their 30s, both last seen heading to meet someone they'd connected with on the app. Their chat logs were eerily similar: perfectly tailored compliments, shared interests that felt too coincidental, and a push for an in-person meeting at isolated locations. Whoever was behind this had a system, a playbook for preying on loneliness, and I was determined to tear it apart. My captain wasn't thrilled when I suggested going undercover. Creating a fake profile to bait the killer was risky, but we had no leads, no witnesses, just vanished lives and unanswered texts. So I became Emily, a 34-year-old graphic designer, recently divorced, looking for connection. I spent hours crafting a backstory, posting curated photos from a burner account, making Emily vulnerable but not desperate. Within 48 hours, I had a match. His name was Ryan, and his profile was a masterpiece of normalcy. Outdoor photos, a friendly grin, a bio that screamed safe. But his first message sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, Emily, I feel like I already know you." I played along, mirroring the patterns I'd seen in the victims' chats, letting Ryan think he was reeling me in. He was good, asking just the right questions to build trust, sharing fabricated stories that matched Emily's interests perfectly. But I noticed the cracks, slight inconsistencies in his timeline, a pushiness about meeting sooner than I expected. When he suggested a quiet park on the outskirts of the city for our first date, I knew this was it. My team set up surveillance, hidden cameras, and a backup unit nearby. I went in wired, a fake smile on my face, feeling the weight of Rachel's ghost on my shoulders. The park was empty when I arrived at dusk, the air heavy with the threat of rain. I sat on a bench near the agreed spot, pretending to scroll through my phone, my heart pounding as I scanned for any sign of Ryan. Then my burner phone buzzed with a new message. "Look to your left, Emily. I've been watching you for a while." My blood turned to ice. He wasn't just here. He knew exactly where I was, and he'd been close enough to observe me without being seen. I glanced left, trying to keep my movements casual, but saw nothing but shadows and swaying trees. My team's voices crackled in my earpiece, urging me to stay calm, to draw him out. Another message came through. "You're even prettier in person, Lauren." My real name, not Emily. My stomach dropped as I realized he'd seen through the ruse, that he knew who I was. I typed a quick reply, playing dumb, but my hands were shaking. How did he know? Had he hacked my device? Stalked me in real life? The surveillance team reported no visual on anyone approaching, but I felt eyes on me, a predator's gaze cutting through the dim light. Then my personal phone, not the burner, buzzed in my pocket. A text from an unknown number. Did you think I wouldn't recognize a cop? I know where you are. Live, Lauren. Let's make this personal. Panic clawed at me, but I forced it down. I signaled my team to tighten the perimeter, knowing we had to catch him now or risk losing him, and possibly my own safety. I stood, pretending to stretch, scanning the park for any movement. That's when I saw him, a figure in a dark hoodie lingering near a cluster of trees, too far to make out details, but close enough to feel his stare. I started walking toward a more open area, hoping to lure him into view of the cameras, my hand hovering near the concealed weapon at my hip. My earpiece crackled again. My team had spotted him too, moving to intercept. But he was faster than we expected. He bolted, disappearing into the wooded edge of the park before backup could close in. We chased, flashlights cutting through the darkness, branches snapping underfoot, but he was gone. Back at the station, we pulled the camera footage, zooming in on the grainy image of the man in the hoodie. Average height, unremarkable build, a face obscured by shadow and cheap glasses, but in his hand, barely visible, was a phone, and on the screen, a photo of me, not Emily, but me, taken outside my apartment days earlier. The investigation took a darker turn after that. We traced the HeartSync account to a series of VPNs and fake IPs, but I knew he was still watching. My personal phone kept receiving texts, photos of places I'd been, snippets of conversations I'd had with colleagues, even a picture of my locket, the one I wore every day. He was taunting me, proving he could get close without being caught. I changed my locks, varied my routines, but the fear lingered, a constant shadow. We identified him as Ethan Carver, a 29-year-old with a history of fraud and harassment charges, dropped due to lack of evidence. A ghost in the system, just like in the digital world. Weeks passed with no new disappearances, but I knew he wasn't done. Then, a break. Rachel Bennett's phone pinged a tower on the outskirts of town, active for the first time since she vanished. My team and I raced to the location, a rundown motel off a forgotten highway. Room 12 was registered under a fake name, paid in cash. We breached the door, guns drawn, and found a shrine of sorts. Photos of Rachel and the other missing women, chat logs printed and pinned to the walls, and a laptop still logged into HeartSync. But no Ethan, no Rachel. Just a note on the desk, addressed to me. You're too late for her, Lauren, but I saved a spot for you. We didn't find Rachel that day, or the others. Their fates remain a wound that won't heal. Ethan Carver slipped through our fingers, a digital phantom who turned loneliness into a weapon. I still work cybercrime, still chase monsters behind screens, but I check my locks twice every night. I deleted all my social media, changed my number, moved to a new place. But sometimes, late at night, my phone buzzes with a message from an unknown number. Miss me, Lauren? And I know he's still out there, waiting for the perfect moment to cast his net again.
If you've made it this far, the shadows have already begun to close in. Subscribe now to ensure you never miss a terrifying tale. And if you dare, hit the thanks button to buy me a cup of midnight brew. Your support keeps the nightmares flowing. Now, brace yourself for our next story.
I remember the case that made me question everything I thought I knew about human nature. The investigation that forced me to confront the possibility that some darkness exists beyond our ability to understand or forgive. It started on a Tuesday morning in October when I was called to the office of Dr. Michael Hartwell, a respected child psychologist who had been found dead in his private practice. The scene was brutal in its simplicity. Dr. Hartwell sat slumped over his desk, a letter opener protruding from the base of his skull. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of robbery, no obvious motive, just a good man dead in his chair, surrounded by the drawings and toys he used to help troubled children work through their trauma. What struck me immediately was the positioning. The killer had to have been someone Dr. Hartwell trusted completely, someone he would turn his back on without hesitation. The angle of the wound suggested the perpetrator was significantly shorter than the 6'2" victim. My first thought was that we were looking for a woman or a teenager, but as I examined the scene more carefully, a more disturbing possibility began to emerge. The murder weapon belonged to Dr. Hartwell's desk set, which meant this wasn't premeditated in the traditional sense. Someone had grabbed what was available in a moment of rage or opportunity. But the precision of the strike, the exact placement that would cause instant death, suggested either incredible luck or disturbing knowledge of human anatomy. I spent the first day interviewing Dr. Hartwell's colleagues and reviewing his appointment schedule. He had seen 6 patients the day he died, all children between the ages of 8 and 12. 5 of them had alibis. They were in school or with family members when the murder occurred. But one name kept coming up in conversations with other staff members: Tommy Morrison, a 10-year-old boy with a history of violent outbursts and what his previous therapist had described as concerning behavioral patterns. Tommy had been Dr. Hartwell's last appointment of the day. According to the receptionist, the boy's foster mother had dropped him off at 4 p.m. and was supposed to pick him up at 5 p.m. But when she arrived, she found the office locked and assumed the session had run late. She waited in the parking lot for 20 minutes before calling Dr. Hartwell's cell phone. When he didn't answer, she used her spare key. She was also the office cleaning lady, and found the body. The timeline was tight, but possible. Tommy could have killed Dr. Hartwell, cleaned himself up, and slipped out the back exit during the 20-minute window when his foster mother was waiting in the parking lot. But the idea seemed absurd. He was 10 years old, barely 4 feet tall, and weighed maybe 70 pounds soaking wet. Then I read his file. Tommy Morrison had been in the foster care system since he was 6, when his biological parents died in what was ruled a murder-suicide. His father had killed his mother and then himself, but not before 4-year-old Tommy had witnessed the entire event. Since then, he had been through 7 different foster homes. Each placement had ended the same way, with reports of Tommy hurting other children, killing small animals, and displaying what child psychologists called callous, unemotional traits. At his previous school, Tommy had pushed a classmate down a flight of stairs, breaking the boy's arm. When questioned, he showed no remorse and claimed the other child had deserved it for taking his pencil. He had been caught torturing a neighbor's cat, methodically pulling out its whiskers and claws while the animal was still alive. When confronted, he explained that he wanted to see how long it would take for the cat to stop moving. Dr. Hartwell had been working with Tommy for 6 months, longer than any other therapist had managed. According to his notes, he believed Tommy was making progress, that the boy was beginning to show signs of empathy and emotional connection. But as I read deeper into the files, I found something that made my blood run cold. In his most recent session notes, dated just 3 days before his death, Dr. Hartwell had written, "Tommy asked detailed questions about human anatomy today, specifically about the brain and spinal cord. When I asked why he was interested, he said he wanted to know the best way to make someone stop moving forever. I'm concerned that his fascination with death and violence is escalating rather than improving. Recommend immediate psychiatric evaluation and possible residential treatment." The next entry, dated the day before the murder, was even more disturbing. Tommy brought a dead bird to session today, claimed he found it in the parking lot. Upon closer examination, the bird's neck had been cleanly broken. When I confronted him about this, he smiled and said, "Sometimes things just need to stop moving, Dr. Hartwell. Sometimes it's the only way to make them quiet." I am deeply concerned about his potential for violence. We'll be contacting Child Protective Services tomorrow to recommend immediate removal from current placement. There was no entry for the day of the murder, but I didn't need one. The picture was becoming horrifyingly clear. I interviewed Tommy's current foster mother, Mrs. Patricia Williams, a kind woman in her 50s who had been caring for troubled children for over a decade. She described Tommy as different from other children she had fostered, but insisted he was making progress under Dr. Hartwell's care. "He's been through so much trauma," she said, wringing her hands nervously. "Dr. Hartwell said he just needed patience and understanding. He said Tommy was starting to open up, starting to trust again." But when I pressed her for specific examples of Tommy's behavior, a different picture emerged. She admitted that their family cat had gone missing 2 weeks earlier. She had found several dead birds in Tommy's room, which he claimed were presents for her. Most disturbing of all, she had caught him standing over her 4-year-old biological son's bed in the middle of the night, just watching the younger child sleep. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was trying to figure out how to make the crying stop, she whispered. But my son wasn't crying. He was sound asleep. The physical evidence was circumstantial but compelling. Tommy's fingerprints were all over Dr. Hartwell's office, but that was expected given their regular sessions. However, we found traces of the victim's blood on Tommy's shoes, microscopic amounts that could have been transferred during the attack. More damning was the fact that Tommy had changed clothes between his therapy session and when his foster mother picked him up. Mrs. Williams confirmed that he had been wearing a blue shirt when she dropped him off, but was wearing a red one when she found him waiting by her car. When we searched Tommy's room, we found the blue shirt hidden in the back of his closet, along with a collection of items that made my stomach turn. Dead insects pinned to a board like specimens, photographs of local pets that had gone missing over the past few months, and most chilling of all, a notebook filled with detailed drawings of people being hurt in various ways, including one that looked remarkably like Dr. Hartwell with something protruding from his head. The interview with Tommy himself was the most disturbing experience of my career. He sat in the child-friendly interview room, swinging his legs from the oversized chair, looking like any other 10-year-old boy. But his eyes were wrong. They were too calm, too calculating, completely devoid of the fear or confusion you would expect from a child being questioned about a murder. When I asked him about his last session with Dr. Hartwell, he described it in perfect detail, including conversations that matched the doctor's notes exactly. But when I asked him about what happened after the session officially ended, his story became vague and inconsistent. Dr. Hartwell said he needed to make some phone calls, Tommy said, his voice flat and emotionless. He told me to wait in the other room while he worked. I played with the toys for a while, then I got bored and left. Did you see Dr. Hartwell again before you left? No, he said, but something flickered in his eyes. Well, maybe. I might have gone back to say goodbye. What happened when you went back to say goodbye, Tommy? He was quiet for a long moment, staring at his hands. When he looked up, he smiled, a cold, adult smile that had no place on a child's face. Dr. Hartwell was going to send me away, he said simply. He was going to tell them I was bad and make them put me somewhere else. I didn't want to go somewhere else. I liked living with Mrs. Williams, so I made him stop. The confession was clear, but prosecuting a 10-year-old for first-degree murder presented challenges I had never faced before. The district attorney was reluctant to charge a child so young, despite the evidence. Child psychologists were brought in to evaluate Tommy's mental state and competency to stand trial. Dr. Elizabeth Reeves, one of the most respected forensic child psychologists in the state, spent 3 days with Tommy. Her report was unlike anything I had ever read. She described a child who understood right from wrong intellectually, but felt no emotional connection to the concepts. He knew that killing was bad because adults said it was, but he felt no genuine remorse for his actions. Tommy Morrison exhibits classic signs of conduct disorder with callous, unemotional traits, she wrote. His capacity for empathy appears to be fundamentally impaired. While he can mimic appropriate emotional responses when it serves his purposes, he does not experience genuine emotional connections to others. In my professional opinion, he represents a significant ongoing danger to society. The case never went to trial. Tommy was committed to a secure residential treatment facility for children with severe behavioral disorders. But I know, and the other professionals involved know, that there is no treatment for what Tommy has. There is no therapy that can create empathy where none exists, no medication that can install a conscience. 6 months later, I received a letter at the police station. It was written in a child's careful handwriting on lined paper. There was no return address, but I knew who it was from before I opened it. Dear Detective Chen, it read, I hope you are well. I am learning a lot at my new home. The doctors here are very nice, but not as nice as Dr. Hartwell was. I think about him sometimes. I think about how quiet he got after I made him stop moving. I hope I can come home soon. Mrs. Williams said she misses me. I miss her too. I especially miss watching her little boy sleep. Give my love to everyone. Your friend Tommy. I still have that letter in my desk drawer, a reminder of the case that taught me that some monsters don't have fangs or claws. They have freckles and gap-toothed smiles and eyes that look right through your soul. Tommy Morrison showed me that evil doesn't always announce itself with dramatic flourishes. Sometimes it sits quietly in a therapy session, asking innocent questions about human anatomy, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I remember the moment I realized I was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. The second I saw my own name flash across a leaked police database on the dark web, marked with a single word, next. It was 2 a.m. The precinct was a ghost town, and I was hunched over my desk, chasing a fan who had already turned my world upside down. My screen flickered, and there it was. Years of undercover ops, informant identities, and internal memos, all laid bare for the world to see, with my personal file tagged as if it were a trophy waiting to be claimed. I've been a detective for 15 years, seen every kind of dirt this city can throw at you, but nothing prepared me for this. It started 3 weeks ago with a tip from an informant about a data breach in our system. At first, we thought it was some script kiddie looking for bragging rights. But then the leaks began. Operation details, safe house locations, even the names of officers in witness protection. 2 undercover cops were ambushed within days of their covers being blown. The brass was in a panic, and I was handed the case because of my reputation for tenacity. Little did I know, tenacity wouldn't be enough against someone who knew our playbook better than we did. The first real lead came from a digital forensics sweep. Traces of code in the leaked files pointed to an old department-issued laptop, decommissioned 5 years ago after its owner, Ethan Caldwell, was dishonorably discharged. Ethan had been one of us, a rising star in cybercrime until he was accused of tampering with evidence. He swore he was framed, claimed it was a setup by corrupt higher-ups, but the evidence was airtight. Or so we thought. He lost everything, his badge, his family, his reputation. Now it seemed he was back, and he wasn't just hacking systems. He was hacking our trust, our safety, our lives. I spent days combing through Ethan's old case files, trying to understand his mindset. The deeper I dug, the more I saw the cracks in the story that had buried him. Witness statements that didn't quite add up, digital logs that looked too clean, too perfect. But doubt wasn't evidence, and right now I had bigger problems. Every leak came with a signature, a snippet of code that, when decrypted, read like a taunt. The first one said, "You can't protect what you don't understand." The second, after the ambush, was worse. "Blood on your hands, Bennett. How many more?" He knew my name. He was watching me. We set up a task force, brought in outside cybersecurity experts, but Ethan was always 3 steps ahead. He didn't just breach our firewalls, he infiltrated our communications. One night, I got a call on my secure line, and heard nothing but static at first. Then, a distorted voice, unmistakably his, whispered, "Check your email, Laura. I left you a gift." My inbox had a new message, sent from my own account, containing a photo of me taken through my office window that very day. My skin crawled. I spun around, half expecting to see him standing there, but the hallway was empty. He wasn't just a hacker, he was a predator, toying with me. The leaks escalated. Internal affairs investigations were exposed, naming officers who had been under suspicion for years. The department turned on itself, paranoia seeping into every conversation. I couldn't trust my own team, couldn't trust my own phone. I started using burner devices, writing notes by hand in that old leather notebook I always carry, anything to stay off his grid. But even that wasn't enough. One morning, I found a USB drive on my desk with a sticky note, "Play me." Against every instinct, I did. It was a recording of a conversation I'd had with my captain in a supposedly secure room, discussing strategies to trap Ethan. His laughter echoed at the end of the audio, cold and mocking. "Nice try," he said, "but I'm already inside." I knew I had to change tactics. If I couldn't out-tech him, I had to outthink him. I started looking into his past, not as a cop, but as a person. Old friends, ex-colleagues, anyone who might know where he'd go to, ground. A former partner of his, now retired, gave me a lead, a storage unit Ethan had rented under a fake name before his discharge. We raided it at dawn, hoping to find equipment, anything to trace him. Instead, we found walls plastered with photos of department personnel, red lines connecting names to crimes, real or fabricated. My photo was at the center, circled with the word pawn. Beside it, a printout of an email I'd never seen, detailing a supposed bribe I'd taken. It was fake, but it looked real enough to ruin me if it got out. He wasn't just after revenge, he was after total destruction. The final blow came when he hacked into our emergency dispatch system. Calls were rerouted, fake emergencies sent units to empty lots, while real crises went unanswered. A domestic violence call was delayed by 20 minutes. The victim didn't make it. The guilt weighed on me like a physical thing, but so did the fear. That night, my personal phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Her blood is on you, Laura. Stop chasing me or it gets worse." Attached was a live feed of my apartment, my empty living room streaming from a camera I didn't own. I raced home, tore the place apart, and found a tiny device hidden in a light fixture. He'd been in my space, my sanctuary. I hadn't felt safe in weeks, but now I felt violated on a level I couldn't articulate. I was running out of time, out of options. The captain wanted results, the media was circling, and Ethan was tightening the noose. But in that moment of desperation, I saw a pattern in his taunts, his leaks. They weren't random. They were a map, leading me to a specific server farm on the outskirts of the city, a place he'd mentioned in passing during his time on the force as a potential weak spot in local infrastructure. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, couldn't risk another leak. I drove out there alone, under the cover of darkness, armed with nothing but my badge, my gun, and a USB loaded with tracking software one of our techs had rigged up. The server farm was a maze of humming machines and blinking lights, a perfect hideout for someone like Ethan. I moved through the rows, heart pounding, until I saw him, hunched over a laptop, his face illuminated by the screen's glow. He didn't flinch when I called his name, just turned slowly, those intense eyes locking onto mine through his glasses. "You're late, Laura," he said, almost disappointed. "I expected you yesterday." I kept my gun trained on him, but my hands were shaking. He stood, hands raised, but there was no fear in him, only a cold certainty. "You think arresting me stops this? The data's already out there, scheduled to drop in waves. Every dirty secret, every failure, including yours. You can't unhack a system this broken." I wanted to argue, to scream that he was wrong, but part of me wondered if he wasn't. Still, I cuffed him, read him his rights, and called for backup on my burner. As we waited, he smiled, a small, bitter thing. "They framed me, Laura, and they'll frame you too if you keep digging. Welcome to the game." Ethan's in custody now, facing charges that could bury him for life. The leaks have slowed, but not stopped. His deadman's switch, he called it. Every day, I wait for the next drop, the one with my name on it. I've changed my locks, ditched my devices, but I still feel his eyes on me, still hear his voice in the static of every call. I used to think the worst monsters were the ones I could see, the ones I could cuff. But Ethan taught me something I'll never forget. The real terror lives in the invisible, in the ones and zeros that can tear your life apart without ever touching you. And once they're in, there's no getting them out.
I remember the night that changed everything. The night I learned that some monsters don't hide under beds or in closets. They hide in plain sight, watching, waiting, learning your every move until they're ready to strike. It was my third year working graveyard shift in Millbrook, population 8,400, where the most exciting thing that usually happened was breaking up fights at the local bar or dealing with drunk college kids from the community college. That night started like any other, with me settling into the patrol car at 11 p.m., coffee in hand, radio crackling with the usual static. The first call came in at 11:47 p.m. Dispatch patched it through. A man's voice, calm and measured, reporting a disturbance at 1247 Elm Street. Nothing unusual about that, except when I arrived at the address, it was an empty lot. Had been for 15 years, according to the neighbor I woke up to ask about it. I radioed it in as a false alarm and moved on, but something about that voice stuck with me. Too calm, too precise, like he was reading from a script. The second call came at 12:23 a.m. Same voice, same measured tone, reporting a break-in at the old Morrison farm on County Road 15. I knew that place. It had been abandoned since Old Man Morrison died 5 years ago. But protocol is protocol, so I drove out there, my headlights cutting through the darkness as I wound through the back roads. The farmhouse stood empty and undisturbed, just like it had been for years. The windows were still boarded up, the front door still chained shut. But as I walked around the perimeter with my flashlight, I found fresh tire tracks in the mud near the back of the property. Someone had been there recently. I was starting to get that crawling feeling between my shoulder blades, the one that told me something wasn't right. Back in the car, I tried calling dispatch to run a trace on the calls, but our small-town equipment wasn't exactly state-of-the-art. Sarah, our night dispatcher, told me the calls were coming from different numbers each time, probably burner phones. The third call came at 1:15 a.m., and this time, the voice was different. Still calm, still measured, but there was something underneath it now. A hint of amusement, like he was enjoying a private joke. He reported a suspicious person walking behind the elementary school on Maple Street. When I got there, I found nothing but empty code playground equipment casting long shadows in my headlights. But then I saw it, a piece of paper tucked under one of the windshield wipers of my patrol car. With shaking hands, I unfolded it. Written in neat block letters were the words, "You're doing great, Officer Webb. Keep following the breadcrumbs." My blood ran cold. He knew my name. He knew my car. He had been close enough to touch my vehicle while I was searching the code playground, and I hadn't seen or heard a thing. I spun around, scanning the darkness beyond my headlights, but saw nothing. The silence was deafening. No crickets, no wind, just the low rumble of my engine and the hammering of my heart. I immediately radioed for backup, but the nearest unit was 40 minutes away. Budget cuts had reduced our night shift to just me and one other officer who was dealing with a domestic disturbance on the other side of town. I was on my own. The fourth call came at 2:03 a.m. This time, he didn't bother with the pretense of reporting a crime. His voice came through the radio clear as day. "Officer Webb, you look tired. Maybe you should take a break. There's a nice quiet spot behind the old gas station on Highway 9. Very private, very final." Dispatch immediately tried to trace the signal, but he had somehow hacked into our radio frequency. Sarah's voice crackled through, panicked. "Marcus, get out of there. Come back to the station. Now." But I couldn't, because as I sat there in my car, engine running, I realized he had been planning this for a long time. Every call had been leading me further from town, further from help, into increasingly isolated areas. He knew my patrol routes, my response times, my procedures. He had been watching me for weeks, maybe months, learning my habits like a predator studying its prey. The fifth call came at 2:31 a.m., but this time it wasn't through dispatch or the radio. My personal cell phone rang. The number was blocked, but I knew who it was before I answered. "Hello, Marcus," the voice said, and I could hear the smile in it. "You're probably wondering how I got this number. The answer is simple. I know everything about you. I know you live alone in that little apartment above the hardware store. I know you eat lunch at Rosie's Diner every Tuesday. I know you visit your mother's grave every Sunday after church. I know you're afraid of the dark, which is ironic considering your chosen profession." I tried to speak, but my throat had gone dry. He continued, "I've been watching this town for 8 months now, learning everyone's patterns, everyone's secrets. Did you know that Mayor Patterson has been embezzling from the city budget? Did you know that your dispatcher Sarah has been selling information to her ex-husband's drug-dealing friends? This town is full of secrets, Marcus, and I know them all." "What do you want?" I finally managed to croak. "I want to play a game," he said. "You see, I've killed before. 3 other small towns, 3 other night shift officers who thought they were safe in their little patrol cars. But you're different, Marcus. You're careful. You're smart. You might actually make this interesting." The line went dead, and immediately my radio crackled to life with Sarah's voice. "Marcus, we just got a call about shots fired at the high school. Multiple casualties reported." I knew it was a trap. I knew he was trying to lure me to another isolated location. But what if it wasn't? What if there really were kids hurt at the school? I couldn't take that chance. As I raced toward the high school, my headlights illuminating the empty streets, I called for backup again. But the other officer was still tied up, and the state police were at least an hour away. I was walking into whatever he had planned, and we both knew it. The school parking lot was empty when I arrived, just like I expected. But the front doors were standing wide open, and I could see lights on inside. I drew my weapon and approached carefully, every shadow potentially hiding a killer who knew my every move. Inside, the hallways were eerily quiet. My footsteps echoed off the linoleum floors as I moved through the building, checking classrooms one by one. In the third classroom I checked, I found another note on the teacher's desk. Getting warmer. That's when I heard it, a slow clapping coming from the gymnasium. I followed the sound, my gun drawn, my heart pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. The gym doors were open, and inside, a single spotlight illuminated the center of the basketball court. He was standing there, just like I knew he would be. Thin, pale, exactly as I had somehow pictured him from his voice. But what I hadn't expected were the photographs. Dozens of them, scattered across the gym floor. Pictures of me, pictures of my apartment, pictures of my mother's grave, pictures of me sleeping. Surprise, he said, his voice echoing in the empty gymnasium. I told you I knew everything about you. I kept my gun trained on him, but my hands were shaking. You're under arrest, I said, though my voice sounded weak even to my own ears. He laughed, a cold, hollow sound that made my skin crawl. Am I? Look around, Marcus. Really look, that's when I noticed them. The other photographs, the ones I had missed in my initial shock. Crime scene photos, bodies. 3 different men in 3 different police uniforms, all dead, all killed in ways that made my stomach turn. Officer Bradley in Millfield, he said, pointing to the first set of photos. Officer Chen in Riverside, Officer Martinez in Oakwood, all night shift, all alone, all dead. I realized then that I was looking at my own future, that he had brought me here not just to kill me, but to show me exactly how it was going to happen. But as he talked, as he gloated about his previous victims, I noticed something he had missed. The emergency alarm button on the wall behind him, the one connected directly to the state police. I had one chance. One moment when his attention was focused on his photographs, his trophies. I dove for the alarm, hitting it just as he lunged toward me. The piercing wail filled the gymnasium as we struggled, my training finally kicking in as muscle memory took over. The fight lasted only minutes, but it felt like hours. When it was over, he was on the ground, unconscious, and I was standing over him with zip ties, my hands still shaking, but my breathing finally starting to return to normal. The state police arrived 20 minutes later, followed by FBI agents who had been tracking similar cases across 3 states. They found his van parked behind the school, filled with surveillance equipment, more photographs, and detailed plans for my murder. That was 6 months ago. He's in federal prison now, awaiting trial for multiple murders. But I still work the graveyard shift, and I still jump every time the radio crackles to life. Because I learned something that night that I'll never forget. The most terrifying monsters are the ones who look just like everyone else, who walk among us unnoticed, who watch and wait and plan until they're ready to strike. And sometimes, if you're very lucky and very careful, you might just survive long enough to stop them. I remember the rain that night, a cold, relentless downpour that matched the chill in my soul. It was the kind of night that washed the city clean but couldn't touch the grime that festered in its heart. We found Daniel Price in his upscale apartment, or what was left of him. The scene wasn't just a murder, it was a statement, a brutal sermon delivered in blood and bone. Price had walked free a year ago, child abuse charges dismissed on a technicality. Someone, it seemed, had decided to deliver a different kind of justice. His body was posed, almost theatrically, in the center of his lavish living room. The method was savage, personal. But it was the small, almost insignificant detail that snagged my attention first. A child's worn, brightly colored building block placed carefully in his open hand. It was out of place, a splash of innocence in a sea of depravity. My gut clenched. I'd seen that kind of calling card before in my nightmares. It was tied to the case that still woke me up screaming some nights, the one where a monster like Price had destroyed a little girl named Lily Vance, and the system had let him smirk his way out of the courtroom. Captain Miller assigned me lead, probably because he knew about Lily, knew this would be more than just a case for me. He also knew I wouldn't stop until I found who did this, even if a dark part of me whispered that Price had gotten what he deserved. That whisper was dangerous, a siren song for a cop drowning in too many years of seeing the worst of humanity. The first few days were a blur of forensics, witness interviews that went nowhere, and the gnawing feeling that we were already behind. Then the second body turned up. Arthur Jennings, another predator acquitted on a similar technicality, found in his suburban home, killed with the same brutal efficiency. And there it was again, nestled in his hand. A different child's toy, a small, plush rabbit, its button eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. This wasn't just revenge, it was a pattern, a crusade. The media dubbed him the nursery rhyme killer, but I knew better. This was about one specific nursery, one specific rhyme that had ended too soon. I pulled Lily Vance's old case file, the paper worn thin from how many times I'd gone over it. Her mother, Eleanor Vance, had been a ghost since the trial, disappearing after a public breakdown where she'd screamed at the judge, at Price, at the world. We looked for her back then, concerned for her welfare, but she'd vanished. Now her name was at the top of my suspect list, written in the blood of men who had destroyed her life. The evidence left at the scenes was meticulous, almost taunting. Fingerprints? None. DNA? Clean. But the toys? They were specific. I cross-referenced them with items listed in Lily's original case file, items taken from her room as evidence. They matched. Eleanor was not only killing these men, she was using her daughter's stolen innocence as her weapon, her signature. She was forcing us, forcing me, to remember what the system had allowed to happen. We put out a bolo for Eleanor Vance, circulated her picture, but it felt like chasing a phantom. She was smart, driven by a grief so profound it had twisted into something terrifyingly focused. She knew how we worked, how to avoid detection. She was a mother avenging her child, and there's no force on earth more relentless. Then came the package, delivered to my desk at the precinct. No return address. Inside, a single child-sized white glove, the kind Lily might have worn, and a note printed in neat block letters. You let him take her hands. Now I take theirs. Do you remember her smile, Detective Rourke? Or do you only see the monsters? My blood ran cold. She knew me. She was watching me. This wasn't just about the men she was killing. It was about me, about my failure to protect Lily, my failure to ensure justice. The glove was a direct reference to the trial, to the testimony about the bruises on Lily's wrists. Eleanor was dragging me through her hell, making me a participant in her grief-fueled rampage. I pushed my team harder, chasing down every lead, no matter how small. We found a storage unit rented under a false name, paid for in cash. Inside, it was a shrine to Lily, photographs, drawings, her favorite books, and a wall covered in newspaper clippings about child abuse cases, about men who had walked free. Price and Jennings were circled in red. 3 other names were circled in black, their faces staring out like condemned men. We had our next potential victims. One of them, a former teacher named Peterson, lived in a secluded house upstate. We raced against time, sirens screaming, hoping we weren't too late. The house was dark when we arrived, an ominous silence hanging in the air. I led the entry team, my heart pounding against my ribs. We found Peterson tied to a chair in his study, terrified but alive. Eleanor had been there. She'd left another toy, a small silver locket, on the table beside him. But she was gone, vanished into the night like smoke. She'd left something else too. A laptop open to a single video file. It was Eleanor, her face pale and drawn, her eyes burning with an unholy light. She spoke directly to the camera, directly to me. "Detective Rourke," she said, her voice calm, almost serene. "You saved one, but you can't save them all. Justice has a price, and I am simply collecting the debt. Lily deserved more than your pity, more than your forgotten files. She deserved a champion. Since you failed her, I became what was necessary." The video ended. We knew she wouldn't stop. The next name on her list was a man named Marcus Thorne, a youth sports coach with a history of complaints that had never stuck. He lived in a crowded apartment complex downtown. We set up surveillance, hoping to draw her in, to catch her before she could strike again. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble. For 2 days, we watched, waited. The tension was unbearable. Then, on the third night, a flicker of movement on one of the security feeds. A figure in dark clothing, moving with purpose through the shadows of the alleyway behind Thorne's building. It was her. I was part of the takedown team. We cornered her in the narrow alley, the brick walls closing in like a trap. She didn't fight, didn't try to run. She just stood there, her face illuminated by the harsh glare of our flashlights, a small, sad smile on her lips. In her hand, she clutched a tiny, worn teddy bear. "It's over, Eleanor," I said, my voice hoarse. She looked at me, her eyes filled with an ocean of pain. "Is it, Detective? Will it ever be over for Lily? Or for all the other Lilies you forget?" Her words hit me harder than any bullet. We arrested her, read her rights, the familiar words sounding hollow and inadequate in the face of her profound grief. As we led her away, I saw the teddy bear fall from her grasp, landing softly on the grimy pavement, a forgotten soldier in a war that had no winners. Eleanor Vance is in a secure psychiatric facility now. They say she's beyond help, lost in her own world of grief and vengeance. Maybe they're right. But sometimes late at night, when the city is quiet and the rain is falling, I think about her, about Lily, about the fine line between justice and revenge. And I wonder if we, the ones sworn to uphold the law, sometimes become the very monsters we're trying to fight by letting the real ones walk free. The whisper is still there, a cold reminder that some wounds never heal and some nightmares never truly end.
I never used to believe that fear could live in the daylight. I thought it was a thing for shadows and empty streets, for the lonely hours after midnight. But the case that changed my mind started on a bright, cloudless morning in the wealthiest part of town, where the lawns were always trimmed and the secrets were always buried deep. The first body was found in a marble bathroom, wrists slit, a note on the counter: "I'm sorry." The second was a week later, a prominent lawyer found hanging in his walk-in closet, the same words scrawled on a yellow sticky note. By the time the third victim, a local school principal, was discovered, I knew these weren't suicides. Not really. They were executions, carried out by the victims themselves, but orchestrated by someone else. I was assigned the case after the second death. My name is Detective Olivia Reyes, and I've seen my share of darkness, but nothing prepared me for the way this case would crawl under my skin. The victims had nothing in common on the surface: different ages, different backgrounds, different social circles. But each had received a series of anonymous emails in the weeks before their deaths. The emails contained threats, demands, and most chillingly, evidence of secrets they thought were long buried. The first victim, a real estate developer named Mark Leland, had been hiding a hit and run from his college days. The second, the lawyer, had covered up evidence in a case that sent an innocent man to prison. The principal had been embezzling from the school fund for years. The blackmailer knew everything, and the price for silence was always the same: a sum of money delivered in cash to a drop location. But even when the victims paid, the threats didn't stop. The pressure built until they broke. I spent days combing through the victims' emails, trying to trace the sender. Whoever it was, they were a ghost, routing messages through servers in Eastern Europe, using burner phones, never leaving a fingerprint. The only clue was a signature at the bottom of every message: "I see you." I started to feel watched. My phone would buzz with unknown numbers that hung up as soon as I answered. My apartment felt colder, emptier, as if someone had been there while I was gone. I changed my locks, checked my car for trackers, but found nothing. Still, the feeling persisted. The next victim was Ethan Caldwell, a city councilman with a reputation for being untouchable. He called me in a panic, his voice shaking. "They're going to ruin me," he said. "They know about the money. They know about everything." I tried to calm him, to get him to come in, but he refused. "If I talk, they'll hurt my family." I set up surveillance on his house, but it didn't matter. 2 days later, he was found dead in his garage, carbon monoxide poisoning. Another note: "I'm sorry. I was running out of leads and out of time." The press was circling, the chief breathing down my neck. I started to wonder if the blackmailer was someone inside the department, someone with access to case files, to evidence, to the kind of information that never made it into the public record. I pulled late nights, reviewing every detail, every scrap of evidence, until my eyes burned and my hands shook from too much coffee and too little sleep. Then the first email arrived in my inbox. It was short, just a single line. Detective Reyes, how well do you sleep at night? Attached was a photo of me, taken through my apartment window. I was sitting at my kitchen table, head in my hands, the city lights behind me. The timestamp was from the night before. My heart hammered in my chest. I checked every lock, every window, every inch of my apartment. I called IT, had them sweep my computer, but the email was untraceable. The next day, another message. You have secrets too. How much would you pay to keep them? Attached was a scan of a police report from 15 years ago when I was a rookie. A domestic call gone wrong. A suspect shot. The official story was self-defense, but the truth was messier. I had never told anyone the whole story. Not my partner, not my therapist, not even my mother. But the blackmailer knew. I started to unravel. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time I saw a shadow move outside my window, I reached for my gun. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating. My colleagues noticed, but I brushed them off. I couldn't trust anyone, not with this. The blackmailer escalated. They sent me a video, grainy and shaky, of my mother leaving her apartment. The message was clear. Talk to anyone, and she pays the price. I doubled down on the investigation, working the case from every angle. I traced the cash drops, interviewed the couriers, followed the money. It always led to dead ends, shell companies, fake IDs, empty apartments. The blackmailer was always one step ahead. Then I caught a break. One of the couriers, a scared kid named Jamie, slipped up and used his real name to rent a car. I brought him in, and after hours of questioning, he cracked. He didn't know the blackmailer's identity. He'd only ever communicated through encrypted texts. But he gave me a location, a storage unit on the edge of town, where he dropped off the cash. I went alone. I didn't trust anyone enough to bring backup. The storage facility was deserted, the air thick with dust and the smell of old cardboard. I found the unit, number 117, and picked the lock. Inside was a folding table, a laptop, and a stack of manila folders. Each folder had a name on it, every victim, every secret, every threat, and at the bottom of the stack, my name. I opened the folder with shaking hands. Inside were photos, reports, transcripts, everything the blackmailer had on me. At the top was a note: you can end this. Walk away, and your secret stays safe. Keep digging, and everyone you love pays. I heard a noise behind me, a footstep, soft but unmistakable. I spun, gun drawn, but the corridor was empty. My phone buzzed. Another email. Last chance. I made my choice. I took the folders, the laptop, everything, and drove straight to the station. I handed it all over to Internal Affairs, knowing what it would cost me. My secret would come out. My career would be over. But the blackmailer would lose their leverage, and the victims' families would finally have answers. The fallout was brutal. The press had a field day. I was suspended, pending review. My mother had to move in with relatives for her own safety. But the blackmailer's reign ended. The files were enough to identify them: a disgraced former IT contractor with a grudge against the city and a talent for digital surveillance. They were arrested trying to flee the country. I still don't sleep well. I still check my locks twice before bed. But I know I did the right thing. I learned that fear doesn't just live in the dark. It can follow you into the light, into your home, into your own mind. And sometimes the only way to beat it is to face it head on, no matter what it costs.
I remember the morning I found my partner's body, the moment that shattered everything I thought I knew about myself and forced me to confront the possibility that I might be the monster I'd spent 23 years hunting. Detective Lisa Rodriguez had been my partner for 4 years, and finding her execution style in her apartment should have been the worst day of my career. Instead, it became the beginning of a nightmare that made me question every case I'd ever solved, every arrest I'd ever made, and every night I couldn't remember. Lisa had been shot twice in the back of the head while sitting at her kitchen table. Professional, clean, no signs of struggle. the kind of killing that spoke of either extreme trust or complete surprise. What made my blood run cold wasn't just that my partner was dead, it was what she had been working on when she died. Spread across her kitchen table were files from 7 unsolved homicides spanning the past 3 years. All cases I had worked, all cases where the investigation had stalled, despite what seemed like promising leads. And in the center of it all was a manila folder with my name written on it in Lisa's careful handwriting. Inside that folder was a timeline of my activities cross-referenced with the dates of the murders. Copies of my case notes with certain phrases highlighted in yellow. Photographs of me taken without my knowledge at crime scenes, leaving bars, standing outside victims' houses. And most damning of all, a detailed psychological profile that read like a serial killer's blueprint, with my name at the top. According to Lisa's notes, she had been investigating me for 8 months. She believed I was responsible for the deaths of 7 people, 3 women, 2 men, and 2 teenagers. All killed in different ways, all in different parts of the city, but all connected by one common thread. I had been the lead detective on every case, and in every instance, the investigation had mysteriously stalled just as we seemed to be closing in on a suspect. The first victim was Maria Santos, a 28-year-old nurse found strangled in her apartment. I remembered that case clearly, or thought I did. We had a suspect, Maria's ex-boyfriend, who had a history of domestic violence. But somehow the evidence had been contaminated, the chain of custody broken, and the case went cold. According to Lisa's notes, I had been the last person to check the evidence out of the locker. The second victim was Robert Chen, a 45-year-old accountant found beaten to death in his office. Again, we had a solid lead, a disgruntled client who had threatened Chen over a tax audit. But the witness who could place the suspect at the scene suddenly recanted his statement, claiming he had been mistaken. Lisa's notes indicated that I had been the one to re-interview the witness. As I read through each case, a pattern emerged that made my hands shake and my vision blur. In every instance, I had been in a position to sabotage the investigation. Evidence had gone missing while in my custody. Witnesses had changed their stories after I spoke with them. Suspects had been released due to procedural errors that I had somehow overlooked. But the most terrifying part wasn't the evidence Lisa had compiled. It was that I couldn't remember any of it. The past 3 years felt like a fog punctuated by brief moments of clarity. I remembered working the cases, remembered the frustration when leads dried up, but the details were hazy, like trying to recall a dream after waking. I had been drinking heavily during that period. I knew that much. My wife had left me 2 years ago, citing my increasingly erratic behavior and violent mood swings. I had been seeing a department psychologist for stress and anger management, but blackouts, memory loss, the idea that I could have committed murder and not remembered it seemed impossible, yet the evidence was staring me in the face. Captain Burke assigned me to investigate Lisa's murder, a decision that seemed either incredibly naive or deliberately cruel. As I sat in the squad room staring at the case file, I realized I was in an impossible position. If I was innocent, I needed to find Lisa's real killer and clear my name. If I was guilty, I was investigating my own crime, trying to cover up murders I couldn't even remember committing. I started by reviewing the security footage from Lisa's apartment building. The cameras showed me entering the building at 9:47 p.m. the night she died, something I had no memory of doing. I watched myself on the grainy footage, moving with purpose, carrying what looked like a bottle of wine. I stayed for 37 minutes, then left alone. Lisa's estimated time of death was between 10 and 10:30 p.m. The wine bottle was still on Lisa's counter, half empty, with both our fingerprints on it. When I tried to remember that evening, I drew a complete blank. I knew I had been drinking at Murphy's bar until around 9 p.m. The bartender confirmed it, but everything after that was a void. I had woken up in my apartment the next morning with no memory of how I got there. Desperate for answers, I went to see Dr. Patricia Vance, the department psychologist I had been seeing for the past 2 years. Her office felt different now, more clinical, more threatening. When I asked her about my memory issues, her expression grew guarded. "Frank, you've been under tremendous stress," she said carefully. Memory problems aren't uncommon in cases of severe trauma and alcohol abuse. We've discussed this before. Have we discussed the possibility that I might be killing people and not remembering it? Her pause was too long, her smile too forced. Frank, you're grieving your partner's death. It's natural to feel guilt, to blame yourself. But you need to focus on the investigation, not on these paranoid fantasies. But something in her tone made me suspicious. I left her office and immediately went to the records department to pull my own psychological evaluation files. What I found there made my blood freeze. According to Dr. Vance's notes, I had been exhibiting signs of dissociative episodes for over a year. She had documented instances where I couldn't account for hours of time, where I had shown up to appointments with no memory of making them, where I had described violent dreams in disturbing detail. More chilling were her notes about my therapeutic progress. She had been using a technique called guided memory recovery to help me process traumatic experiences. But as I read her session notes, I realized she hadn't been helping me remember, she had been helping me forget. The sessions were detailed accounts of hypnotic regression, where Dr. Vance had supposedly helped me reframe traumatic memories from my childhood and early career. But the dates of these intensive sessions corresponded exactly with the dates of the 7 murders. She had been systematically erasing my memories of the crimes, creating gaps in my consciousness that I had attributed to stress and alcohol. I confronted Dr. Vance that evening in her office, after hours when the building was empty. She was waiting for me, sitting calmly behind her desk as if she had been expecting this moment. "You know, don't you?" she said without preamble. "I know you've been messing with my head," I replied, my hand instinctively moving to my service weapon. "I know you've been making me forget things. What I don't know is why." She smiled, and for the first time I saw the coldness behind her professional facade. "Because you're perfect, Frank. You're everything I needed. Access to crime scenes, knowledge of police procedures, the ability to manipulate evidence. And most importantly, you're completely disposable." "You're saying I killed those people?" "Oh, Frank," she laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. "You really don't remember, do you? The hypnosis worked better than I ever imagined. You didn't just kill them. You enjoyed it. You told me all about it in our sessions, described every detail with such enthusiasm." The room seemed to spin around me. "That's impossible. I would never—" "You would, and you did 7 times, each one carefully planned, perfectly executed, and then erased from your memory so you could continue your normal life. You were my weapon, Frank, and you never even knew it." She opened her desk drawer and pulled out a thick file. "Your partner was getting too close to the truth. She had figured out the connection between the murders and your memory gaps. She was going to expose everything, so I had to eliminate her. But I made a mistake. I let you do it while you were conscious. You remember killing Lisa, don't you? It's the one memory I couldn't erase because you were fighting the conditioning." And suddenly, horribly, I did remember. The weight of the gun in my hand, Lisa's shocked expression as she turned around, the sound of the shots echoing in her kitchen, the way she slumped forward onto her own investigation files, her blood mixing with the evidence of my crimes. "Why?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Because I could," she said simply. "Because I wanted to see if it was possible to create the perfect killer, someone who would commit murder and then forget they had done it. You were my proof of concept, Frank, my masterpiece." I drew my weapon, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. "It's over. You're under arrest." "Am I?" she asked, reaching for something else in her drawer. "Or are you about to have another episode, another blackout where you do something terrible and then forget all about it?" She pulled out a small device that looked like a metronome and pressed a button. The rhythmic clicking filled the room, and I felt my consciousness beginning to slip away, just like it had so many times before. But this time, I fought it. This time, I held on to the memory of Lisa's face, the weight of my guilt, the knowledge of what I had become. The shot echoed through the empty building. "Doctor." Vance slumped in her chair, the metronome still clicking on her desk. I stood there for a long moment, waiting for the fog to descend, waiting for the memory to fade. But it didn't. For the first time in 3 years, I remembered everything. I called it in myself. Told them I had found Dr. Vance dead in her office, apparently the victim of a robbery gone wrong. The investigation was perfunctory. After all, who would suspect a decorated detective of murdering his own psychologist? But I know the truth. I know what I am, what I've done, what I can never undo. 7 innocent people are dead because I was weak enough to be manipulated, broken enough to be used as someone else's weapon. Lisa died because she was good enough at her job to figure out what I had become. I still work homicide. I still solve cases, still put killers behind bars. But every morning when I look in the mirror, I see the face of a monster who got away with murder 7 times. The only difference now is that I remember every single detail, and that memory will haunt me for whatever time I have left. Some nights I think about confessing, about walking into Captain Burke's office and telling him everything. But then I think about the families of my victims, about the pain it would cause them to know that the detective who investigated their loved one's murder was actually the killer. So I carry this burden alone, solving other people's crimes, while living with the knowledge that the worst criminal I ever encountered was staring back at me from my own reflection.
I never believed the stories about the cold case room. Every department has one, a windowless closet stacked with old files, the air thick with dust, and the weight of unfinished business. But in my first week as a rookie cop, I was assigned to it, told to digitize the records and flag anything that looked off. It was supposed to be busy work, a way to keep me out of the way until I learned the ropes. I thought it would be boring. I was wrong. The first thing I noticed was the smell: old paper, mildew, and something else, something metallic and sharp that clung to the back of my throat. I set up my laptop on a battered metal desk and started working through the files, one by one. Most were what you'd expect: missing persons, unsolved burglaries, the occasional murder that had gone cold for lack of evidence. But after a few days, I started to see a pattern. It was subtle at first. A missing woman in 1982, a murdered teenager in 1991, a vanished couple in 2003. Different ages, backgrounds, even different towns. But in every file, there was a single chilling detail: a Polaroid photograph left at the scene, always tucked somewhere it would be found: a purse, a mailbox, a car dashboard. The photos were all the same: a close-up of a white mask, featureless except for 2 black eye holes, staring straight into the lens. No fingerprints, no DNA, nothing to tie them together except the mask. I brought my findings to Detective Ellison, the department's resident legend. He'd been on the force longer than I'd been alive, and he looked at me with a mix of skepticism and something else. Fear, maybe, though he'd never admit it. He took the files from me and spent the rest of the day in his office, door closed, blinds drawn. When he finally emerged, he told me to drop it. "Some things are better left alone, Reyes," he said. "Let sleeping dogs lie." But I couldn't. The more I read, the more obsessed I became. I started staying late, poring over the files, mapping out the locations, the dates, the victims. There was no pattern I could see, no connection between the victims, no clear motive, just the mask, always the mask. One night, as I was leaving the station, I found a Polaroid tucked under my windshield wiper. My heart stopped. It was the same mask, the same dead stare. But this time, there was something new: a handwritten note on the back. "You see me now." I went straight to Ellison. He listened in silence as I told him what happened, then locked the door and poured us both a drink from the bottle he kept in his bottom drawer. "I worked the 1991 case," he said quietly. "The murdered teenager. Her name was Lisa. She was my niece." He told me about the investigation, how the killer had left no evidence, how the mask had haunted his dreams for years. "I thought it was over," he said, "but if he's back—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. We decided to work the case together, off the books. We started with the photos, sending them to the lab for analysis. Nothing. The film stock was old, discontinued for decades. The handwriting on the note was generic, blocky, impossible to trace. We interviewed the families of the victims, but most had moved away or died. Those who remained remembered little, except for the fear. Then the calls started. At first, it was just static, late at night, always from a blocked number. Then a voice, distorted, genderless, whispering my name: "Julia, Julia, Julia, over and over until I hung up, hands shaking. Ellison insisted I stay at his place for a few nights. He lived alone in a cramped apartment above a pawn shop, the walls lined with old case files and faded photographs. We barely slept, taking turns watching the windows, waiting for something, anything to happen. On the third night, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate, stopping outside the door. Ellison drew his gun and motioned for me to stay back. The footsteps moved on, but when we checked the peephole, there was a Polaroid taped to the door. The mask again, but this time the background was unmistakable. The cold case room, my desk in the corner, my coffee mug in the foreground. He'd been inside the station. He'd been watching me work. We called in a favor from a friend in IT who pulled the security footage from the night before. The cameras had gone dark for exactly 7 minutes, the same window when the photo must have been taken. When the feed resumed, everything was normal. No sign of forced entry, no sign of the intruder, just the mask staring out from the Polaroid. Ellison was convinced the killer was someone on the inside, someone who knew the department, the routines, the blind spots. We started looking at old personnel files, searching for anyone who might fit the profile. But everyone who'd worked the cold case room in the last 30 years was either dead, retired, or had airtight alibis. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating, jumping at every sound. The calls kept coming, the photos kept appearing. On my car, in my mailbox, even slipped under my apartment door. Always the mask, always the eyes. One night I came home to find my front door ajar. I drew my weapon and stepped inside, heart pounding. The apartment was dark, silent. I moved from room to room, checking every corner, every closet. Nothing. But when I returned to the living room, I saw it. A Polaroid on my coffee table. The mask staring up at me. On the back, another note. Almost there. I called Ellison, voice shaking. He told me to get out, to come to the station. I grabbed my keys and ran, but as I reached the parking lot, I saw a figure standing under the streetlight. Average height, dark hooded jacket, white mask. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me. I raised my gun, shouted for them to stop. They turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I ran after them, but by the time I reached the street, they were gone. All that remained was another Polaroid, taped to the lamppost. This time it was a photo of me, standing in my living room, gun drawn, fear etched on my face. I realized then that the killer had been inside my apartment, watching me, photographing me. I was the next target. Ellison and I went to the chief, laid out everything we had. He listened, then told us to take a leave of absence, said we were too close to the case. But I couldn't walk away. I spent the next week holed up in Ellison's apartment, barely sleeping, waiting for the next move. It came on a rainy Thursday night. The power went out, plunging the building into darkness. I heard footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate. Ellison grabbed his gun, motioned for me to stay behind him. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Silence. Then a soft knock. Ellison flung the door open, gun raised. The hallway was empty, but there was a Polaroid taped to the door. The mask, closer than ever, filling the frame. On the back, a final message. You see me now. I see you always. We never caught the killer. The calls stopped, the photos stopped, but the fear never left. I still work the cold case room, still see the mask in my dreams. Sometimes late at night, I catch a glimpse of a figure in a dark hooded jacket watching from across the street. I don't know if it's real or just my imagination, but I know this: some cases never close. Some monsters never go away. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you find in the files, it's what finds you.